Do I get rid of that thing? I don't know anymore. Oh. Hi, hi. How do I add the freaking chats to the, hmm. Down goes there. And this one goes. Can I put both of them next to each other, actually? If I could merge the both of them, that would be cool. That just covers up so much. Well, highest powered. It's actually 2024 game. I have to figure out how to turn off those notifications. That actually spooked me. Let us see. What is this game about? I've had it in my library for a while. And, huh. There's a lot of tags I got there. Should probably get rid of those. They probably look too annoying for some people. Quite interesting. Oh, it's a beta. It's not even fully out. Restart what? The game? What does a referral code even mean? Alright, let me do this quickly. Oh. Yep. The usual camera freezing. Where this? Be a responsible neighbor. Be a kind neighbor. Be a helpful neighbor. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Now, where should I start?
uh okay. Okay. You know, for once, you get to choose phase 2, huh? Let me get rid of the facial hair, man. Ah. They kind of look the same to me, all of them. Hmm. Samurai Jack look. Hmm. Pretty interesting customization options. I don't know what to pick. Wait, why couldn't we choose the hair color? Ah, fuck with that. Hmm. That's interesting. Does it really matter? Oh, that's crazy. Prime Mochi is back. Literally dance. But good for you, Mochi. Good to see you're doing great.
Time for you to go out into the world. I have high hopes.
Are you back in gold lobbies? I take it. All questions are good questions. I still don't know what this game is about. Oh my god. Someone else just got isekai'd. Literally got hit by a truck. Now from going 1 to Plat 2 in 2 days of playing. Okay, okay.
Sorry.
Need 186 arch rank up back up to diamond. Good luck. Archaeologist students will Nicola is assisting me in my studies, but she's not technically enrolled. Hmm. A small village in the island of... What are these names? This is the Phoenix Shrine. It's an old human ruin. It's not every day you get to see an extinct species being reborn. Oh. Many beings are often shocked at the emergence of new things. This world has not seen their kind in thousands of rotations. That's crazy. I thought this was going to be an MMO. Be patient with it as it learns to accommodate you once again. Okay, okay. An ancient thing this world has not seen in many rotations around the sun. As for us, well, Majiri. I guess our species came around after all the humans disappeared. Nekla here is a... Yeah, whatever that is, they were made by the ancient humans to do all sorts of jobs. Oh. Aren't the first human, but definitely the first one I saw emerge with my own eyes. Ashra should be coming up soon to collect any new humans. Why don't you go down and meet him first? Who's that clanker? That's what we call them now. That's ChatGPT. Oh boy. Don't be a stranger if you get confused and your friend you goddess. How very nice. What the hell is this game? Why am I like that? Oh, you can jump too, huh? Quite the place you got there, huh? I've just been born. I'm about to go cause havoc everywhere I go. What is that? I just phased through that? Really? Alright, great game, let's go. That's a bulk brain. Oh, guzzling, wire walking, metal. What's going on with you? What did they do to you? Can't I hit anything? Oh. Oh, you do get stamina, huh? Okay. A bottle of wine, 10 hours of out. 10 hours is crazy. Need to get a life, Mochi. I'm about to lose mine right now. What do you mean? You got laid off? Didn't you have like 2 jobs? You got laid off by both? Both jobs laid you off? Where am I supposed to go from here? Interesting. That is interesting. Those are the humans. How very nice. Interesting. I want that. Hmm. You're waiting tables, you got laid off because the company's going under, and the other one you got laid off because they didn't want to pay me. Understood. You start back up on Monday. What do you start back up on Monday? The tutoring job? Wasn't that the better one? Hmm. Quite the interesting. Not a fan of camera shakes. Let's go epic. Break the goddamn computer. It's not a big game. It'll be alright. Hmm. There's a lot of key bindings to be found out. Oh, we don't even need that. I'm not a fan of that reticle. Hmm. Post-semester classes, it's why you're trying for Diamond. You don't have to grind for it when you're supposed to be locked in for class, bruh. For the amount of shit you talk about that game, you sure spend way too much on it. Damn, it's another purple looking thing. The innkeeper at the Ormo's Horn. And I've been helping all the new humans get settled. There's nowhere near enough room for you all in the inn, but we do have some old plots with some fixer-upper houses on them. For a little DI, I'm more of a wash someone knows to do it type. Sounds like fun. If it's that or sleeping in the field, you're just giving me a plot. I can't wait to see what you do with the plot in the future. And you'll have to do it all alone. Here in Palia, we help our neighbors, especially when they're just starting out. Okay, that sounds so nice. I love-hate relationship.
I'll see you.
Damn it. Damn. Man, what you get in here? Get this game. I have a question. Gay thought or son daughter? Wouldn't they like be the same? A son daughter. What the fuck is
You need something?
how about no how about nothing? Hmm. You'll fit right in here. How's it going with the plot cleanup? Almost done. Just a few pieces of rubber block in the front, and you'll be able to reach the front at least. Why don't you take this opportunity to get used to swinging a few tools? Suppose I could spare my extra pick to, let me rest. Sure. Need any help?
Okay.
This is a little too much. Hold R to open tool wheel. Get on it! You have this game? It's in your Steam library. You've never played it? Same. I had it in my Steam library for like a good few months. I'd say 2. And finally, I had nothing else to try. Well, let's give it a try tonight. I haven't really seen much of a gameplay on it. But, it seems pretty chill. The kind of thing I need right now. Since Feb... Okay. Ooh. No, how did you come across it then? That's a lot of stuff. Dude. Okay. I like this. Not the best looking. Well, it is a beta. What am I supposed to do here? Woohoo! It's a mushroom. I gotta go back here, huh? I got a house. Your girlfriend? Oh. And didn't play with her?
Sure.
Submit materials. Oh. I mean, it's not the biggest house we got. But it'll do for now. You had a falling out. Shouldn't you say your ex-girlfriend? Is she still your girlfriend somehow? Even after falling out? Man.
What is it?
Structure sound. And it looks sturdy. All empty though. Why don't you take the workbench, get some blueprints?
Sure.
Hmm? Oh, that. Interesting. Where would I put this? Oh, that's pretty neat. I am the kind of guy that likes to do this. Does anyone object? Not the biggest house, but the land seems to have good land value. Definitely reselling it. Damn. I will move in more after. Put it in front of the door and get out of here, Mochi. Craft a wooden storage chest to work table, place it in blah. Craft a wardrobe, craft a chair. A log cabin couch. Hell yeah. You know, I like this game. Not a regular chair, or is that a furnace? Oh, it's a shelf. You don't have to walk across the house, you use it. You have to learn how to make a stick instead of just... I think that was a torch, but it's alright, Butchie. Alright, we will need more stuff after. For now, need to figure out where we'd like to place this thing, huh? I sure have a problem. I think that's something is in the way. Nice. I think that works. And a chair. Can I sit on it? If this game lets me pet animals, I'll definitely buy in. Yeah, we're gonna need wow. I wanna get that. What does even 5 do? Can I eat this? I did.
Yeah?
Still the items. Yeah. Mochi works in the black dungeon. The workbench isn't just for decorating. You can also craft tool upgrades, ammo, and as long as you have the recipe. So how about we can help out with? Why don't you head into town? F you. Aren't what? F you aren't happy living off charity. Maybe stop by. F you. I took that the wrong way. And if that ain't your speed, Anar can get you a fishing rod and Ione will set you up to catch some bugs. Today you can stop by Breath and to learn how to cook and garden. It was good meeting you. Drop by the inn. You can stop by the mines if the bay if you want. I'll probably be busy. Stop by anytime. Very good people, very nice people. What is this supposed to be? Running low on gold, place any extra items or high value items such as starstones and amber in the sales bin and they'll be sold soon. Items are picked up for sale each morning and evening. You'll get paid when you return home. Out in town, shops will buy the same sort of items they sell as long as it's business hours. Take your general store deals in the widest variety of things. I see. I get mail! Dude, I love this game already. Can I fix this thing? What do I make more upgrades to my house? Leave your house and plot. To where? Do I have neighbors? $20. Thanks for waiting. Are you serious? It's not open world? Sure, it is a dark web. A dark market. Oh my god, it's a little thing. Okay, so the houses are very separate. Now, I appreciate the, Oh, what? He's already gliding, what? Okay, I don't have that. I broke my legs right then and there. Didn't know what I would have done. Catch bugs, learn to hunt, learn to fish. What is this supposed to be? What is this supposed to be? So this whole game is just about being a good neighbor. What is that? Who is who? What up, Zeki? Let's not bother him. What was that? What is even going on? What? Oh, damn. Yep. It's Tish. Not our guy. Isn't there a map? How do I get there? Yeah, we're lost. Oh, there's a map. I mean, a compass. Why did nobody say anything? Hi. Whatever that is. Oh. Yeah. Oh.
Speak quickly.
Speak quickly. Be good to the valley and we will have no quarrel. Use nature poorly and you'll find I know how to rid this village of all sorts of pests. My mother and I both know a house is nothing more than a shelter. There's no need to make a big fuss over it. I'll give you this bow and set for arrows. My mother is the town's blacksmith. A simple bow like that is an easy supply. Excuse to learn proper hunting.
Try not to cause any trouble.
How do I shoot? Oh, this thing is... Oh shit. How many arrows do I even have? I don't have that many. Nice, I got one. I got.
Speak quickly. I suppose we'll cross paths sooner or later.
What a nice fellow. Oh, I need to go to Zeki's store.
Are you off on an adventure?
Huh? There's another new human in town, and here you are. I have a present for you, a bug scout. Official build. Set of smoke bombs, too. I don't know how to pronounce that name. Best and only bug catching. Before you get started, you gotta take the bug scout south. You just repeat after me. Promise to honor nature and all its creatures. To always lend others a helping hand, and most importantly, tell only if you see anything really cool.
Bye-bye.
What do I even do with the bugs? I like your shot, except the insect practice good aiming. When the insect is hit by a smoke bomb, it will attempt to break away. Where the bugs at? Literally gave me nothing. Huh?
What you up to?
Hmm.
Yeah! that dragonfly?
I actually got a reward. And they just disappear? Where am I supposed to get the last one? They're fishing. Oh my god, it's a person.
Humans call me Aina.
Too distracted by my oneness to take notice of such things as meeting new people. There'll be so many new people lately. No oneness cannot be learned by listening to the sound of air as it moves through your face flaps. It must be experienced. Experience usually involves much fishing.
Farewell.
Catch a fish. Release. Where you see a large splash. Fish on it 3 times. Press. Control the brackets by moving left and right. And the real one, the fish is inside the brackets. Fish is outside the brackets that will damage your rod's health only. Okay. This is much more difficult than I thought. I got her.
You look as though you have something you want. Please return another time.
How to Gordon and how to freaking. Damn, I'm actually in full. Such a nice place. It's an automatic door. I expected they would be inside the house. He should be in here then, huh? Russ.
What can I do you for?
You can call me trouble. In addition to being bad news, I also provide Kalima delicious soups and stews here at the Hormuzhorn. Stop by later. I was happy to chat with a friendly new face.
Ah,
Stop by your plot later and walk you through getting a little snack action going. Don't wait up for me, okay? I might be a little late. I have some stuff to do first.
well, you know where to find me.
Isn't that...
Hello there, friend. Fair travels.
Right? Oh, that's my focus. I don't know what focus is. What the hell is even that?
Nice of you to turn ip. Ah. Thanks for stopping by.
There's nice trees. I need to go back now, huh? Never actually disappeared, huh? Got her. Seriously, we're overflowing already? Oh, what the frick? Damn. I got 3 sushis. quiet. Pretty chill. Oh.
Howdy. Uh-huh. Catch you later, Kay.
I don't understand what's going on. Oh. What the hell is even focus? No idea what I got. Hmm. Oh. Can I move things after that? Oh. Okay.
Nothing beats Dia family produce. Ah. Thanks for stopping by.
What am I supposed to do? Make sure your garden plot is on your action bar. Select it by pressing Q and E. Once the plot is done, press and hold R and select the hoe. Place seeds on your action bar and select them. And then press left click to enter placement. Huh. Crops need to be watered each day, and water drop indicator lets you know when they're thirsty. Many crops can only be harvested once, and so the cycle begins again. Crops are ready to harvest, simply press F. Something is in the way, huh? Huh? This is actually pretty fun. I got seeds. I don't understand. And that filled up my freaking focus pretty nice.
Well, howdy, Sproutling. Ah. Woohoo! All right, I'll leaf you to it.
Leaf. Oh my god, I'm cooked. Mm-hmm. Plant the tomato seed, plant the carrot seed. I should put tomatoes at the end. It's another soil. Where do I get water from? There's a problem now. Anybody know where I could get some water? There's a lot of this stuff around, huh? There's a small one right here. I'm lucky. Yeah, that thing holds a lot. Okay, till we harvest then. Can I plant this? Stop. Copper. Don't have plenty of gold for now. Damn, I need wood. Where's Dressphone? He's here about.
Care to try my world-famous soup? Ah.
Hmm.
Oh. All right, break's over.
I don't know what I did.
Care to try my world-famous soup? Oh. Oh. Good talk.
Good talk. No, that thing is automatic. Eat to gain focus. Oh my god, who is that? Am I getting so many visitors?
Finally, someone nice to talk to. Oh,
Didn't hear anything from your parents. I suppose you can't, can you? Oh, bit of pocket change. You could sell all sorts of things. Just open up the shipping bin and see.
my door is always open during business hours.
What the hell is focus? Where do I get a better pickaxe? Everything looks good, huh? Oh, that's pretty neat. Hmm. Yeah, having a backyard is kind of nice. Can I have a pond? I gotta move everything. It to work. What about tools though? Interesting. Mm. I had like a TV or something. I don't know what to do with this stuff. I'm too engulfed in chopping trees. What the hell are sub points? Interesting. It looked kind of weird. I guess this looks better. How's that for? Seriously, inventory full? Oh. What is oh, it's premium currency. Where am I supposed to upgrade one? Huh? I'm still not convinced about the whole plot. It is interesting. How if I put things? Yeah, I'll have the farming land closer to that little pond. Maybe the house would look a lot better with this bin next to it like that. I feel like destroying that tree. A lot more interesting. I think it's good like this. I think it's alright. I don't even know, man. $60 is crazy. Planks. Oh. Oh, hi.
Such a great day, isn't it?
We're in the furniture store in town. Said they got you set up with some of the basics, but I wanted to stop by and make sure you had everything you need. Happy home means a happy life, and what makes a home happier than a decor? When you finish the addition you're building, you're probably going to need some bricks and planks. Asher will be able to help you with a sawmill recipe once you're comfortable with the fortune. With Dari tells the store and some material you'll need for the bricks. If he's not in the village, check Bahari Bay at the east. That's where he lives. Setting up a home exciting, there's just so many possibilities. If you ever want to feel inspired about what your home can become, check out the home tour board to the left of your plot. It sets up a show home with all kinds of furniture. You'll be able to build and other new humans have to have set up plots too. Once you're done checking that out, stop by my store in town and I can give you some new species to play around with.
Stop by again soon.
She's nice. Yeah, whenever we can get that. Oh. Oh, I see. Maybe lovable. Oh, damn. Oh my god, it's an actual mansion. With a kitchen and everything. That is some crazy... Wow. Quite the interesting room you got there. Oh my my god, it's an inn garden. What? Into a jacuzzi? That is actually crazy. What the hell is this, though? Oh, oh, oh. Quite the guest room, I'd say. Get the little pond with a little bridge. Ouch. PC's gonna break. Check back with Tish. I don't know where she'd be at right now. Interesting, what are those? That's all I got for now. It's not the best decor out there. We'll leave it like that, I guess. Decor that cannot be sold. Crafting increases focus. I'm hungry. And I can't make anything else. Nope. Oh, it shows your freaking thing there too. Why can I not cook it? I want to cook it. Mm-hmm. Oh. I'm too invested. Oh. Not the most fun, but it is pretty chill. And I guess that's what we need right now. Mm-hmm. So who is who? Who is what?
Need any help? I really should get back to it. Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day?
What is it? Okay. Not a lot of folks come around these parts. Okay. What can I do for you? Take care.
I really thought he would be in there. What the hell is that? Damn. We'll buy recipes too. Oh. Uninvited.
Good to see you. Oh. Yes. Hmm? Ah. Yes. Hmm.
Oh, you can climb anything. Not really. Not anything. Bruh. Come on. You just drown. Damn, he's good. Hmm. Wait, how am I supposed to get there? Hmm. How am I supposed to get there? It doesn't even let me jump. Oh, I need a glider of some sort, right? Where are you going? Is this where we started? Hmm. Knowledge grows in the mind even in times of strife. Enter here, you must supply that which grows life. Oh, I need to turn something off. Just gonna stop by and say hi. Mr. Thomas, you should be sleeping. How you doing? How is the shield hero doing? Oh my god, they're already here, huh?
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? I might go for a walk.
I'm pretty good. How are you? Where's my phone? I don't even know where my phone is. An entire city in the back here. Resided for your protection. Do not give up your faith. The king shall free us when it's safe, and our people roam the land again. The king shall free us. Are these the ancient humans?
Need any help? Aw.
How do I? It's not leaf. How did I end up here? Finish up episode of Freedom Beyond Journeys. You're in episode 14 already? That's crazy. I'm not even halfway through the first season, man. Shit.
Need any help? Huh?
Can be purchased at shops. Well, I don't know, maybe I'm missing a bit more action in this game. It's pretty chill. Can I cook something over there? Can I sit here? Should know that you can sit in one place and watch something interesting for hours. It's crazy that you turned out to be interested in freighting. Oh, I'm a little proud. But like, you know, don't. What can I say? Don't eat all your candies in one sitting. Not the best analogy. They want half 500 grams. What does even 500 grams mean? Repetition. There's a romance pin. You can have 2 romance. Efficient attachment. What the hell is this? Emotes. Cat pets too. How do I emote? In a room for like 6 hours just watching Britain. And then you ask why your parents are disappointed in you. Well. Oh, hi.
Hey, you. Whoa. What? Uh-oh. My soup. So much to do, so little time. Ah. I'll see you around.
Bruh.
You can never go
I
wrong
didn't
with
get
soup.
to. There it is.
Gotta go. Cooking emergency.
It had nothing to do. Oh. Yeah, no. Oh, damn. Quite the place. The hell is this room? With a whole balcony. No, we're just gonna keep going up. Oop. Who am I supposed to talk to? Where's this damn bay that he's talking about? No, let's do some fishing. Maybe we get something nice. How's that place? Oh. Oh, they got away. Not the best fisherman out there. Good night, Thomas. What is this place supposed to be? That's amazing. There's a lot to fathom, but I have lost interest. It was not my cup of tea, I guess. Whoa, oh shit. Will you die? We'll get this one, I promise. Oh shit, I'm quite oblivious. Oh. Hmm. I'm cooked. Hey, you got a tiny fish. It's a tiny fish. What is this exactly? Oh. Well, how do you even get clay in real life? Like, I'm actually interested if it's possible to make it. Hmm. Wait, I don't get what's with the loading thing. Like, come there's people in front of me? How come there's a line to load into your own house? Hmm. What the hell do you do with this thing? Oh, very nice of him. Hmm. Guess that's about it. Oh. It's actually quite a large plot. This tree is not for chopping in. What this? Huh? Am I glitched out? Oh, they have to be in my land or something? Huh? Let me out. I don't even know. How'd I end up here? Oh. Wish I had some snacks. I wish I had some snacks. Damn, he disappeared. Can I die from fall damage? Damn. This is way bigger than I expected. No. Damn, he's all the way up there. Uh-huh. This is not gonna be easy or quick. Oh damn. Not allowed? Seriously? Is there no other way to get there? How do I get up there? Oh shit. That's the thing from the trailer. What? Does that make a jump higher? Huh. Got him. Didn't drop anything. Oh, I'm cooked. Get out of here, potty. I wish this was Genshin. It'd be more fun. No, no climbing. That's it. That's as far as we go. I'm just trying to get to this one guy, man. Interesting. We're getting closer, if not further. Maybe here. Wee. Yeah, we're cooked. Let me rest up here a little bit. Damn, it's 1:30. I need to get the hell out of here. Just let me meet him. Okay, he's like somewhere there. Oh. Completely at the wrong place, but we'll keep going. Free vegetables. We found him.
Oh, hi. Guess I'll see you around. Hi. Better.
I need to collect it right now. Where'd my tool, damn it? And some hides. Where do we get them hides, huh? And I can't hit them in one shot. Stop, for the love of God. Looks like somebody entered that. I got no more, huh? Where are these Cernooks? Perchines. Damn it. Pretty sure that's not. Oh.
Are you talking to me?
Oh shit, it's Hiroi. Morning. Oh. We can finally glide. How amazing. Wait, we can't fast travel, can we? It's pretty damn big. Take me there. Why can I not return to my house and plot? I think I missed you too. You know, usual work. Usual work day. Not really much. The map is a little bit more obvious. You missed your morning class, you got so tired. Oh, it's 1 p.m. for you, dude. You're cooked. Should not be doing that. Damn, did you have like a bike or something? How far do you be commuting for your college? Oh. What the hell were you doing all night? Let me... Imagine you can get on it. I don't know if it's faster or not. I can afford to so tired from getting all the way to the computer port, especially going back home because of damn traffic. Ah. Damn. Well, hopefully that morning class was not that big of a deal. Get someone's notes. Oof. Man. Oh. That game was pretty chill, but... Oh. Too chill, you'd say. Only 22% of players have this achievement. That's crazy. Seems like an important part of the game. They have a glider. So many people just tried it out and went away after that. Don't understand what this is and why is it my goddamn library. Interesting. Couldn't you get a thermal paste from the same place you got the monitor? And your PSU? Why is there no games? What are we waiting for, man? I honestly don't know. Techno was good. What the hell is a bubble? Seriously, that's what you redeem? Oh, it's actual channel points. Gigantifying emote. On screen celebration. That's the first. Oh, that's bits. I am pretty good, bro. How are you? Good to see you. How's it been for you, Mr. Jensen? Actually, I'm not really sure what to play next. Probably not tonight. Or will we choose between Witcher 3, Cyberpunk, or Valorant? Although there's gonna be another beta test tomorrow for what the hell is bonus content exactly? What the fuck is this? What? This is the weirdest thing ever. Better than yesterday? Remember the name? Nothing good has been happening recently. Uh No, nothing really. Just the usual. What's up with you though? What's going on, buddy? Ghost of Tsushima. I'd rather not spend another $70, man. Unless that thing is for 10. Speaking of $10. Interesting. Mostly positive. Is the thing already off? Nope, not yet. Yeah, I remember seeing this. Now this is tempting. So you could get 7 Gold Edition and Village Gold Edition for just $20 right now. Which I'm not really sure what a Gold Edition even gives you anyway. Mostly positive. These DLCs are never really anything. Fit Girl Repack. Get the fuck out of here, bro. I'm trying to get hacked. Get it. I'm thinking about it. $20 seems pretty nice. There's also Reload Collection, which apparently gets you a bunch of these things, huh? 5, 6, 7. Season Pass 7. Village. A Winter's expansion is interesting. But I'm not really sure I want all of that for 7 games for price of 1 game. This is why you never buy them when they first come out. Used to play games with Fit Girl. I never had an issue with it. I get it, man. But when I do it on stream, I could get sued later. Not that I'm gonna be famous, but it's actually like if you watch. I know for a fact that if you watch pirated movies or shows, you could definitely get sued for it. Or admitting to having done that. Probably even. Although no doubt anybody would go that far. But I know it is possible. You had the best sleep of your life. You had no sleep in the last 2 days because of high heat and a lot of humidity. It's 31 degrees today. 31 degrees is alright. And it's really like, it's hot. It's 31 degrees. Unless you're not streaming. In games, like newer games these days, you actually, you know, they have their tricky ways to get around these fit girls. You know, you download it and then you start streaming it, and then like halfway through the game, like nothing is working anymore and you're just like confused. These developers have their techie ways, you could say. I'd rather not have that. I already get enough issues with just, legally, lawfully acquiring a game. It's either hardware or bugs or whatever. Let alone get. Shake your booty. I might have to put that as like a donation goal or something. A good website, definitely legal. Definitely legal. Free game. You only have an Xbox. You don't even have a PC, Jensen. What do you even need these websites for? You want to build the PC? What are you missing? You got your keyboard and everything. You just need the thermopaste, right? Do any of your friends have their own PCs where you could probably test? I know for a fact the CPU works because, well, I took it off and that was it. Hopefully none of the pins did not bend. I'm pretty sure I secured it nicely. The GPU though, after I cleaned it up and repasted it, I did not. I wanted to, but I did not. To, put it back in and check if it works. And it's been a while since I had no issues with it before I took it off for the last time. Should you build the PC, you need the thermopaste. You're cooked. When I sent you that anime gif, and worse going to work. Yeah, how would you even know? Cause it was like I was sleeping on my shelf for a while till I pulled it up, I cleaned it, and then I sent it to you. I didn't test it before I cleaned it, and I didn't test it after I cleaned it and repasted it. So, for when you plug everything in and then you put the computer and you don't get no screen. It could be but not to bring any bad omens or anything. Alright, Roy, didn't you have school or something? You do have a laptop, but it's only used for... What the hell is Amasai ICL? Damn, so you could just get the gold edition for $15 or get 2 games with their gold editions and extra content for $20. Damn. I mean, when is Requiem even coming up? Fuck. I know I did not finish Resident Evil 7. I played it in VR for a bit. Thanks to my bestie Brandon back then. But I feel like I did watch the ending of it on YouTube. Village definitely I did not see anything about. And it looks pretty terrifying. Wait, is this the one where you're with the tall lady? I have an emote. Should install Windows Server in the flash drive. Yeah, you should do that already. If you have the time. You don't want to do it when you put everything on. Yeah, Pretty sure with these new motherboards you could plug the flash drive already, and you press delete, and then through the BIOS you could go through, you could boot up through the flash. Pick the flash drive as the boot up, and it'll restart and do that. ICL means you can't lie. Okay, but what the hell is OM? A fun game. What the hell is that? Is that like OSO or something? Ah, it's gonna be a prank, I know. Two. Is it two? Oh, of course it's a bus driving game. $30. Damn. Church affiliate? No, but I think we just got something. I'm not sure what it is. Actually, I'm not even sure. Only affiliate important channels are eligible for ads. Okay, we're not. A lot of things to say. Minimum bits to pin a cheer. Bits tier badges. Oh. There's the hype trains. Subscriptions. Hello subscribers to share freely. Subscription discount promotion. Huh. You can start a discount. Huh. Has UK Maps on locations? When UK Maps is about half an hour away for you. Yeah. Merchandise discount too. That's pretty interesting stuff they got there. Okay, I'm not sure if I am affiliate or not. But we have some interesting stuff. Growing. We've been stuck at 40 for a good minute. For a good year now. But hey. Oh, appreciate the like, by the way. Thank you all. Now, if we get four four yeses, we'll buy this bundle right now. Though I'm not sure if I want to play 7. It's one of the better ones. Changes in the stream itself. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I do have more settings into monetization, but they don't seem to be accessible yet. That's one yes from Hero. I don't think a lot of people are interested in evil stuff. But I'd want to play Village before 9 comes out. It looked like they're like overwhelmingly positive is a rare sight these days. Damn. Okay, this thing has been from 2021, huh? I see. You haven't started Resident Evil 4 gameplay. You got so tired the last 2 days. Who says Resident Evil series isn't hyped? I mean, those videos would be way too long and too much work, honestly. You don't have to finish them. You don't have to continue it. Besides, the last video was like more of like random funny moments than it is an actual I said, don't worry, I got it. There's another thing that I want you to do, though. That I tried to get myself. But I couldn't. I did highlight it, though. I'll have to extract it from my last Battlefield stream. There was like 2 funny moments that I wanted to mix in with some actual good shooting. Yeah. Anyway. Just send them to you. Yeah, once I figure out how to get them out. Anyway. What should we do now? Honestly, I am too tired to play anything. Should we watch a PC building video to to help out when your bro needs a computer? I feel like this is perfect. Look at this. He's one of the better tech guys out. He shows you like pretty much everything, and in depth too. Should you build it or no? You can build it however you want, buddy.
When the time comes.
Whatever you feel like doing.
Is Alex, who is my brother-in-law. You might have seen Alex in some of the videos I did on our backyard where he has been immensely helpful, along with my sister, driving tractors, doing tons of stuff for us. So this is a little bit of giving back. So for this build, we're kind of answering the question, what would I do if I was building an all-out system for someone very special?
That's crazy.
I also
We get free 4K. I mean, my screen is only 1080p.
had some help with the parts for this system. If you can't tell, a lot of them were sent over by Corsair. Today's video is brought to you by the Paul's Hardware store on paulshardware.net, the only official source for Paul's Hardware merchandise. Tantalizing t-shirts, tasteful, and new designs are added sporadic. Or a bit of backstory first. Alex hit me up a few months ago and said he was thinking about building a new PC. Would I be interested in helping him out? So we've been sort of going back and forth since then, discussing parts, options, and keeping an eye on the market.
1590?
And then
Nah, that's too much.
Corsair said, hey, we're launching the 5000D, which I first checked out at Computex. It made a nice first impression.
Oh.
It has an excellent set of features, and it is now out and has been reviewed. So I'm not going to be reviewing this case today, although I will be going over some of the build process, but I will link a couple reviews for the case down in the video's description. Kit Guru gave it an 8 out of 10, as well as a Worth Buying award, and you can check out Leo's video as well on it. And Tech Power Up gave it an editor's choice with an asterisk, but expensive, as the case does cost about $180 to $200 depending on your region. It's a little bit more expensive here in the US due to tariffs. The other cool thing that happened last month is I was invited to an AMD event, and they had a scavenger hunt on the last day that I was there. So I teamed up with Kyle and Terrence, aka Dapo.
You know what? That's also a curious subject of mine. I had my case open this whole time, and I had only like 2 fans. One fan of my CPU right now, and 1 fan at the back of this case that's an intake. So that blows on the other side of the CPU thing. What is it? Heat.
And long story short, we won. And the prize.
And it doesn't seem to be enough for my new CPU, but it was more than enough for the older one.
For winning,
so you'll be fine.
Which is in this box, which is probably too big for what was actually sent. It's all just bubble wrap. It's the most packed up CPU I've ever seen.
Is that CPU?
Yes.
Wow.
There was a video a while ago about like experimenting with like all like sort of like all intake or all freaking out fans or something like that I saved without watching.
More than one.
I should totally do.
Oh my gosh. What the heck?
What is that?
This is like an MRE or something like that.
What? You heard that?
What? That's actually awesome. This is actually kind of cool because I've been wanting one of these trays. These trays are awesome if you have multiple CPUs that you need to store.
What?
You don't want to put them all back in their clamshells.
That is...
All right, there it is. Amongst all that packaging, we have our CPU.
A 90,
So yes,
100
we're building the best
X
gaming PC that you can build
3D.
right now in terms of gaming performance, and that is of course going to feature this CPU, which is the AMD Ryzen 7 9800X3D. It's close to a $500 CPU, but it is the best right now. At least if you want to get the most performance out of your graphics card, and the graphics card we're going with is the RTX 5090 because it is also the fastest gaming graphics card right now. Of course, we're going to make sure that we plug in our power connector all the way firmly and securely
32 gigs of VRAM. Damn.
so we don't
Bro's gonna be
have
set
any
for life.
potential melting issues. But other than that, we're very happy with the GPU CPU combo that we have here. Oh, and did I mention this is the Asus TUF Gaming RTX 5090 OC. 32 gigs of GDDR7, a very large overbuilt air cooler that does a fine job keeping things cool. And to cut down on the amount of software that we're going to need to have running on this system to sort of maintain all the hardware and especially RGB lighting, we're pairing the Asus graphics card with an Asus motherboard, the ROG Crosshair X870E Hero, which is a very nice motherboard. It's also a very expensive motherboard, not necessarily one that I'd recommend to anyone who didn't have lots of money to spend. But these are my choices building a system for my brother-in-law, and I'm choosing from parts that I have on hand, and I happened to have 2 of those, so he gets 1 of them. And that leaves just the Corsair components remaining, -1. I did supplement our storage with a 4TB Lexar NQ780 PCIe 4.0 NVMe SSD. That's going to go along with the 2 MP700 Elite 2TB SSDs that we have from Corsair. So Alex is going to have 8 TB of total storage in this system, as well as 2 very fast PCIe Gen 5 drives. The remaining Corsair components, other than the Frame 5000D case, and we got the black airflow version, by the way, because we're all about performance, along with aesthetics, of course, but we actually have some parts that aren't even here. We have a platform for desk, as well as a T course, but we actually have some parts
crazy. Is that a 1000
that aren't even
PSU? Because I currently have a 1000 PSU. I might have overkilled it.
here. We have a platform for desk as well as a TC500 chair. Those are both handed off to Alex just recently so that he could actually go through the assembly of the furniture portion of this build. And we'll give you guys a finished look at the setup once everything is all put together. To supply power, we have a 1000 watt power supply, the RM1000X Shift, which has the modular connectors on the side, which is pretty convenient for the build process. This is also 80+ gold rated for efficiency. It is also ATX 3.1 and PCIe 5.1 compatible, which means we're going to get a 12V 2x6 connector, which is not perfect, but it is at least the best solution available for powering a 5090 for the time being. I say for the time being as if
You're gonna build the PC later and hope for the best? You don't want to get scolded again? Scolded for what?
they're about to change that or something. They're not. I have no idea what's going on there. Our memory kit is actually pretty badass. This is a Dominator Titanium. Corsair's Dominator memory is also something that I don't often recommend, simply because I'm usually recommending more bang for the buck options. That said, this is a DDR5 6000 speed kit with CL30 timings.
What isn't CL? Is it the higher the better or the lower the huh? Hmm. First is a delay, measured in clock cycles between when the memory controller sends a read command and when the RAM makes the request. Data available. A lower CL value indicates faster memory access times as it takes 0 clock cycles for the RAM to respond. That is interesting. Because this is what I have right now. I have the two 16 gigabyte sticks that I have are both CL 16, 18, 18, 38. And this is DDR4. I'm looking like this is,
And in terms of aesthetics, Corsair does a really good
CL30 DDR5 is, I'm like, ooh. I mean, at the end of the day, probably like not really that much of a matter or difference, unless you're gonna be esports gaming. He sent me that anime. It's another anime reaction now. I want your PC start running. That's the reason I sent you. I did not say this PC start running. I did not say that. I did not say that. I was not rushing you though. Damn. Well, you did rush yourself. I can't find it. We'll never find it. Those are not the exact words. I did throw a book in your face. Oh, get that PC up running already. You actually copied the entire thing. That's crazy. Amazing. Amazing. Well, I take it back.
Job with their Dominator lineup. To
I did not really mean it that way.
supplement airflow in the Frame 5000D case, we have 3 additional fans, the IQ Link RX 120 RGB.
Hey, it'd probably be good for you to, accept bigger projects and hopefully,
Expansion fans, they do need an IQ Link controller in order to function properly. But since the case includes one, we can connect them up to that and we'll be good to go. And lastly,
Man, is really gonna let it soak.
we have our super overkill all-in-one liquid cooler, the IQ Link Titan 420 RX RGB. Here again, in terms of practicality, I would not usually recommend a 420mm all-in-one liquid cooler to pair with the 9800X3D. It is kind of bonkers overkill in that regard. That said, it is going to do a fine job keeping our CPU cool. And for the purposes of this build video, part of the reason that was sent over is to show that yes, the Frame 5000D does support a 420mm AIO radiator in the top. And that is about all the exposition I think this video needs or requires. Let us begin the build. When I am building a PC, I like to
I still did not expect to be enough for all your parts, but somehow you gathered everything already pretty much. How could you went to the store, you got the monitor, and you got the PSU, right? And like you didn't like see a thermal paste on any of the shelves that's gonna like remind you that you need the thermal paste. Or can you get like a thermal paste easily anywhere?
take a look at the case, especially if it's a case I've never built with. Voila.
You forgot the thermal. Did you go by yourself? Or did you take some friends with you? Let me start. Where do I put the blame?
Computex is a
only you. Damn. Mine.
full-size ATX chassis. We got tempered glass side panel windows that should theoretically come off. Oh, there we go.
Why is this case tilted? Okay.
Tempered glass side panel windows swing out like that. I believe the
Do you have? Is it like far away? You gonna buy a zip tie? What's the zip tie for?
protective plastic on
Huh?
there for now. Large interior
You're gonna be like cable management.
area with plenty of room to work with. We have some of these little channels
A zip tie. You know.
for routing the cables.
Did you open the motherboard? Usually you get free not zip ties, but even better than zip ties. Either with the PSU or your motherboard, you get a few.
Actually, some grommets
You don't have Velcro.
tucked in back
Check your motherboard box or your PSU box,
here, but they're
man,
sort of covered by
before you buy anything.
the channels. There's also
And you won't need more than 3.
an integrated GPU SAG support brace here, and this sort of unique design for the motherboard tray with
It does.
perforations throughout. It maintains support with rear connector motherboards, and that should work with MSI, Gigabyte, and Asus rear connector motherboards, at least the ones that have launched lately. Another thumb screw back here to pop this
Why is this thing $180?
section out, and this is just a protective cover for the basement down at the bottom. Note also that since this is the airflow version of the case, you have lots of perforations here, but depending on your configuration inside, they actually have this protective panel here. So that is an interesting sort of optional airflow feature that I was not aware of. Just removing the rear side panel. 2 more thumb screws here at the top. This panel was wedged on pretty good, but came loose with a tug. And you can see more of this ventilation with the unique Corsair design, which is just like a triangle. It's like a 3-pointed star.
BSU is heavy, yeah, man.
And the front panel up here pops off
A lot of
pretty easily as
resistors
well.
or whatever
and
you
here's
call
a closer
them.
look at that front panel where you can see the airflow design with some of the perforations.
You got 650, right? 650.
Which is pretty unique. It's actually kind of textured, kind of bumpy, so it's not just a flat panel with perforations. I thought that was pretty cool. So here's the case stripped down, not completely, but mostly down to the frame, since it is the frame 4000D. Front I/O is down here at the bottom with a power button. I like that they've included 4 Type A ports because I feel like you run out of Type A ports pretty often. There's still a Type C port down there as well for 3.2 Gen 2 support. Lots of dust filtration on this case. As you can see, front panel here just pops off. It's held on by magnets. And there's also a dust filter along the bottom here that pulls out from the side. It filters the entire bottom of the case. So if you have intake fans over here, or for the power supply, of course, at the back, that's gonna filter all of that stuff. As you can probably tell, this version of the case comes with 4 140mm fans pre-installed. So that does increase the value a little bit if these are fans that you're going to be using in your build.
420.
Also with these 140s installed at the front, you can sort of see their InfiniRail system. The brackets along the side of the fan mounts are adjustable, so depending on whether you have 120 or 140mm fans, you simply loosen this, make that adjustment depending on the types of fans, or even up to 160mm fans are supported, and that keeps things a little bit simpler for installing radiators and fans. There's a generous area down here in the basement for cable routing and management. There's a bracket here for a couple 2.5-inch drives, or you can mount a 3.5-inch drive there. And then here's a look at the back of the case where you have your cable management area. This is like a cable routing 2.0 system that they have along here, where they have dedicated channels for stuff like your front panel connectors or plugging in fans with tie-down points so you can route those cables down the side. And there's a group of cables here for front panel connectors that they've already cinched up for shipping. And yes, that's 2 USB 3.0 connectors for all 4 of those Type A ports in the front. And over here you can see the connectors for the included fans. And oh yes, more SSD mounts. There's a double mount here again that also has support for a 3.5-inch drive or 2 more 2.5-inch drive mounts there as well.
Nice. That's a large. And it's got one at the bottom too. I mean, those things are Gen 4, so they probably got hot. What's up with that thing? Sheesh. It had 3 slots. 3 more SSD slots. Watching the second monitor. What are you doing in the first one? Damn, going with only 2 RAM sticks. Just a perfect. Look at that go. Sheesh, it's been a while since I put my cables. You're gonna need your motherboard's manual right next to you when you're, well, if you have any, you don't have any SATA drives, do you? Or probably for the case, USB and, you know, power buttons and lights. 100 hertz is good. It's all right. It's interesting that it's even an option.
We made a lot of progress up to this point. We've got a lot of the
You're gonna build the
panel
PC
connectors
later?
and case plugs plugged into the motherboard. The
You sure you have everything? Did you check?
motherboard is installed, of course. Right now I'm taking a look at the fan situation, sort of assessing that as best I can. We have these additional 120mm fans
Later, when you say later, exactly when?
that was sent over by Corsair.
Maybe I could be there.
These are very nice ones. They're RX120 RGBs. They have the daisy chain support, so you can actually connect them together using the Corsair IQ Link system. You can plug these directly one to another with these little biscuits that are included, or they have little cables that you can connect from one to another. So you can daisy chain a bunch of these together and you can have them all controlled by the Corsair software. But the case already includes 4 120mm fans pre-installed. And I like, 140mm fans pre-installed. And I like 140mm fans because they're bigger. They tend to be able to move more air and they don't need to spin up to quite as high RPM. So I kind of want to leave these installed because they're all set up and good to go. And I think I'm just going to add a couple of these actually as intakes down at the bottom. These fans are available in reverse airflow mode with the fan blades flipped, but that is not the case with these. So we're going to need to face the bottom up, which honestly doesn't look bad at all. But I am going to take the aesthetic step of taking these little Corsair side panel pieces and popping them off and at least flipping them around so that they face the right direction. There we go. And those of course pick up the RGB lighting from inside. And now
where are you going to buy
put
it?
This one down at the bottom once I get rid of this cage. So that will give us some more intake down at the bottom. Dust filtered intake. That should still leave plenty of room for our power supply. And that should be plenty of intake for the front and the bottom.
I don't know, those fans look a little bit too small for that.
We're going to leave this side panel closed. You can actually remove this. There's an included bracket, so you can add 3 more 120 or 140mm fans there, or of course it can serve as a radiator mount as well. For our purposes though, I think we're going to have plenty of airflow with all of these intake fans. And then of course at the top, once we get this installed, we'll have 3 more 140s sucking air up and out while also cooling down our radiator for our super overkill.
I want one of these.
420mm AIO. Mounting some fans to the bottom of the case, and I am glad that this is the Corsair frame 5000D because the frame part means it's kind of modular. So a lot of the internal brackets and stuff can be removed. I've already fed some cables through this one doing some of the front panel cable management, so I'm just gonna kind of prop it up like that to give us some room to mount these fans down on the bottom. Now if you're mounting fans to a case, you'll often have fan screws, and these are actually some specialized fan screws that Corsair made that you don't have to twist quite as much for them to screw in all the way. A unique little Corsair innovation in the past few years. But if you're trying to mount directly to a case, you either need to mount through the case into the fan, but for that you need like bigger size screw holes, and that's not what this has. What this has is threaded screw holes, which is good if you're mounting a radiator or something like that. For us to mount these fans though, we're actually going to use these screws that you would usually use for a radiator, feed them through there, and then that will go into the threaded hole that's down at the bottom. And a quick correction, these are the screws that came with the 420mm all-in-one liquid cooler. These came with the case. They're slightly shorter, and we want to use these slightly shorter ones so that when they're screwed in, they don't protrude too much from the bottom of the case, because this is also where the case's dust filter goes, and we don't want screws sticking out that might mess with that over time. Ta-da. All right.
Why is this case $180 again? Was it like made of unmeltable ice? Keep all your components cool at all times. I mean, it's a pretty huge one. Shit. Wait, so how are the pipes are gonna look like? Oh. I mean, this is a Gen 5 Ryzen 7 9800X3D. I think I'm going to be generating a lot of heat. He still said it's an overkill of a radiator for it. Oh, there's a Ryzen 9s, right? The Ryzen 9's 5th AM5 are... I want those. 2 AM. Don't you need like a CPU?
Okay, so our build is functionally assembled. A couple things that stood out to me, these are very random, but this is the first case I've built with that has both the single block of connectors for the front panel connectors over here, as well as an all black HD audio cable front panel connectors. Feels like they should have been able to do that a long time ago, but it's nice that things have finally come full circle with the Frame 5000D. But before I do the cable management in the back, which is still looking pretty hideous right now, we're gonna do a little test boot, as it's always nice to make sure that things are functional after they've been installed in the case. I'll even use the front panel button. All right, we have lights. We have most of the fans spinning. Our fans up here are not quite yet, but I think that's because I didn't plug them in. See, this is why we do test boots, to see if we plugged everything in. But the good news is that the system appears to be booted up well enough for now. So I'm going to be doing a little bit of Windows installation, a little bit of cable management in the back. We'll come back in just a few moments, give you guys a final look at the build before we go ahead and deliver it to Alex.
That's actually pretty neat.
So after that first test boot, there were a few things to get sorted. I will explain them now. My top bank of fans, which come pre-installed on this AIO, which is very convenient, do not come with one of Corsair's proprietary cables plugged into them, which is just my bad, I missed it. Conveniently, I could have connected that on either side, but I just plugged one here in the back and then routed that around to the back to connect to the Corsair IQ Link hub. After that, I went ahead and installed Windows, got the basic system setup stuff done. I did remove the 2 additional SSDs from the motherboard by popping off the graphics card. That's just sort of best practice when you're installing Windows so the boot partition doesn't get dropped onto one of the other SSDs. Everything goes on that main SSD.
You heard? You do have two SSDs, right? But it is advisable when you first boot it up and trying to install Windows to have the only SSD that you're going to install the Windows on. I actually knew about that advice too and I forgot about it.
And then after Windows is loaded, I reinstalled those 2 extra SSDs as well as the graphics card. The reason I did this step before doing all the cable management was I wanted to make sure that the...
So how are you going to put your SSDs on your motherboard, by the way? I need to know. PayPal connected to Streamlabs. I'm not really sure. Or Twitch, I forgot he was saying. I haven't checked that stuff at all. But like, what was their motherboard again? B450. Put the SATA SSD, a back panel. It's the ASRock, huh? Steel Legend. What do you mean a back panel where you could put the SATA SSD? You don't even have a SATA. Wait, this is it? Okay, okay. So yeah, like a few hints of white. Got an NVMe and a SATA? Oh. I thought he got 2 SSDs. 2 NVMEs. Ah, well then it wouldn't really matter. Or you're gonna want to put your main NVMe by this one. Damn, but that one is most likely connected. It's the connected to your CPU. Well, for my case, my motherboard, this NVMe slot, when I say connected to the chipset of the motherboard, I'm not sure exactly what it means. And this one, it will depend on your CPU. So if it's not like recognized, then it could be the CPU's fault. That's the ATX version. Oh, damn. I really thought you have 2 SSDs, but either way, I guess you're gonna use Windows as in your SATA drive, right? And then the NVMe will be for, you know, the rest of the stuff.
RGB was kind of locked in because I wanted to get some final shots of this build before I delivered it with the RGB at least synchronized to some degree and looking somewhat nice. There are 2 Primary brands I'm working with in this build, Corsair of course, as well as Asus, and they each have their own software that controls RGB. They're actually supposed to be able to sync together. You can tell the Asus Armory Crate software to treat the Corsair IQ software as if it were a game and then synchronize both together. However, that just wasn't working for me after multiple restarts. So for the RGB that you're seeing here, which is just a nice gradient between sort of a purple and a pink, I'm controlling the Asus motherboard, graphics card, and the 3 fans at the front and the 1 in the back with the Asus software, and then the remaining Corsair fans as well as the AIO and the memory with the Corsair IQ Link software. And if any of you have used either of these software suites, you might have your own personal feelings and opinions about them, which I encourage you to leave in the comments. There I moved on to cable management in the back. The cable management in this case is actually very nice, simply because there are so many tie-down points, and they even have that sort of square grid on the back of the motherboard as well as some other areas on the rear panel. And with that, you can take these little snap-on pieces to pop them in wherever you might need. So I used one of those to help support my IQ Link hub in the back. And then everything else I just got cinched down and tidied up as much as I could, mostly with the Velcro straps that come pre-installed. And that brings us around to the latter half of this video, where we're going to be delivering the system to Alex, taking a look at the final setup with the new desk and the new chair, and maybe getting a little bit of an A/B comparison from his old system to the new one. But before that, here is the final build.
Damn. Okay, so those are all out, and these are in. So you got these 3 in and the 2 bottom in, and then these 4 up there. My idea is to create like a negative type of pressure, like all fans out. I don't know where I got that idea from. How do you bypass the Windows 11 that don't have an internet? Ooh. You don't have an internet? Really? Not even Wi-Fi? Like, just connect anything. See, I have no other drivers yet. There is a way to do that. Pretty complicated, like this is it.
Here's how
I watched this thinking that I would do the same.
our custom app for class project.
Because obviously Windows 11 comes with a lot of unnecessary stuff, and you would want to get rid of that stuff because the CPU that you have, although it's good, for me back then I did not do the cleaning stuff, and that's why probably when I was playing heavy games and streaming at the same time, it was causing a lot of lag.
Now the lasso for tweaking.
Installing Windows.
Although it only ever lagged with the new streaming software that was taking like over 20% of the CPU's usage with Helldivers. Helldivers is one of the CPU intensive ones. That was the only time this CPU actually, you know, came lacking, and it was like, yep, time to get a new one. You gotta delete some Windows Low apps that you don't need. Yeah, so apparently this video is showing you exactly how to do a lot of that stuff. You gotta watch it right now. Together. I enjoy watching it despite...
It's simple. Just add some sealant, pop the new one in, and secure it down.
That is... You don't even need to break the... the glass anymore. You just like push the entire window.
Anyone can do it. But Microsoft
That's how they actually freaking install Windows, man. It's crazy.
Windows on the computer, that's a whole other beast.
Thankfully, MSI sponsored this video, where we're going to be showing you not only the best way to get a super clean Windows 11 install on your new laptop or PC, but also a boatload of big brain tips for enthusiasts who want to tune and optimize their new install.
That's great.
You better pay close attention, because whether you're new to reformatting or you were there when the deep magic was written, things have changed a fair bit, especially in the last few months.
I'm gonna get a copyright order, man.
Let's kick things off with the basics on this MSI Stealth A16 AI
It's a laptop with a 240 Hz monitor.
Plus notebook. If you're more after the advanced tips, by the way, check out the chapter markers in the video timeline. If you've got a pre-built, you won't need to do this part, but to make sure that we're covering everybody's bases, we're going to show you how to download the installation media for Windows 11 from Microsoft. On a separate device, download the Media Creation tool. While it's downloading, grab a flash drive and plug it in. Make sure that it doesn't have anything on it that you care about, because it's going to get wiped when we turn it into our Windows installation drive. Next, run the setup.
Oh yes. You already know like what you need and how you need to format it, right? Although probably in the first comments. It's not automatic. Done for you. Oh, I can't even plug mine anymore. Awesome. There it is. Oh, there it is. Where is it? Line of the last actually speaking about. I'm fixing it. Accept. An actual line of stick tip. Just better not to create a password there. Just skip stupid question after. Just leave the password blank. Change as usual on your desktop. Press Ctrl Alt Delete and choose change password to create one. You'll need to answer security questions. Huh.
Wizard we just downloaded. Accept the EULA, leave the box unchecked for use the recommended options for this PC, then select USB flash drive. Select the drive that you inserted from the list, hit next, and walk away. Or watch the progress bar.
Okay, before you do any of that, you go to your PC. Wow, it doesn't even read it. It's plugged in, but it doesn't even read it. Why? There it is. Yeah, need to make sure it's a FAT32 system, apparently. And then, you know, quick format, and then you run this thing. You understand? I took it off without even making sure it was done. I might have ruined it for good. Hmm. You can't hear. Why can't you hear anything? Because I was formatted pretty. Formatted again nicely. Okay, that's pretty quick.
Hit next and walk away. Or watch the progress bar, cheering enthusiastically.
Do you understand? Or no? Is it? What's happened to the damn mic? You do understand, alright.
For it to cross the finish line. I won't judge. Once it's done, click Finish and start looking for your LAN or network drivers. In many cases, these drivers will be included with Windows, but if they aren't, your Ethernet port and Wi-Fi won't work at all until you install them separately, which can be a bit of a pain in the butt. Every brand's support page looks a little different, but the process should be similar. Look up your motherboard or system model, navigate to support, and then drive.
Did you watch anything like this before? Because you should.
Drivers for your version of Windows. Grab both LAN and Wi-Fi and toss them into a separate folder on the same USB flash drive that we just put our Windows install on. It doesn't really matter where. Then safely eject your flash drive. I know, it probably doesn't matter, but still. Then pop it into a USB port on the computer you're installing on. Now this next step is optional, but I have found that it reduces the chance of anything bad happening. Power down your system and remove any drive, that is SSD or hard drive, that isn't the one you want to install Windows to. You will thank me later.
You know what, sure is a short space we can how to bypass so they're connecting the Wi-Fi first since you don't have drivers installed. I mean, why don't you just connect it to the Wi-Fi? Or actually, your motherboard doesn't have Wi-Fi, does it? You will need. Do you have Ethernet? Can you plug Ethernet? Yes, I understand now, huh? Now it hit me now. He said.
Or hard drive. Power down your system and remove any drive, that is SSD or hard drive, that is.
Yeah, only leave the one drive that you're gonna install Windows on. It helps not mess things up.
Isn't the one you want to install Windows to. You will thank me.
That's pretty much the tip.
Later. Power on your computer and mash the hotkey to boot from USB. For MSI, that's typically F11, but we'll have some other common ones here on screen. If for whatever reason that doesn't work, go into the BIOS by restarting and then mashing one of these hotkeys and change your boot order to put the flash drive first. Now we're ready. Get your clicking finger ready because this next section is rapid fire. Select your language and time, select your keyboard type, select install Windows 11 and check the box after reading carefully that you agree everything will be deleted including files, apps, and settings. At this point, you might get asked for a product key. If the machine you bought automatically loads that up for you, that's great. If not, you can select I don't have a product key for now and just choose the version of Windows 11 that matches the product key that you definitely intend to obtain later. Accept the license agreement, then delete any partitions that might be present on your new boot drive. Now that it's clear, select it and click Next. When it says ready to install, select Install and watch that sweet, satisfying number go up. Go number! While this gets going, I'm gonna prep our Ninite package. Nobody likes installing all their apps one by one, so good news, you don't have to. Go to ninite.com and select any apps you want. I'm gonna grab a web browser, WizTree for storage management, QBitTorrent for Linux ISOs.
It's a pretty good app. You should put the SATA CD first, not the NVMe, and then you put it back later by removing the GPU. You could have them both. It's not really a big deal. Like in case, probably it's more relevant to people who have like 3 or 4 SSDs. You know, like the guy that we first watched the build, like he had one 4 terabyte SSD and the other like 2 terabyte SSDs, and you probably would want to know which of the 2 terabyte SSDs he would have. He would want to have his freaking Windows install on. But yeah, you only have a SATA and an NVMe. You could just plug everything in and download your Windows. I I had everything in. I had my hard drive, my SATA that I download, and my my NVMe all plugged in, and I installed Windows 11 on my SATA. No problems. Although there was a problem. There was a problem. But it's apparently because I don't know exactly. But I had to, all I had to do was go to the CMD, the command center, and hit the clean command for the SATA from there, and then it worked.
Even though this is a Windows install guide, sure. Foxit PDF Reader, ShareX for more powerful screenshot management.
But yeah, it's a pretty neat app.
7-zip, CCP codec pack, and Steam. Then we just download the installer file. One of the coolest things about 9.8 is that aside from automatically opting out of any included junkware, it always grabs the latest version of your selected software. So you can take that personalized installer and use it over and over. By the way, if you prefer Chocolatey or Winget, those are both great as well, and they support far more apps, as well as automatic app updates. But we wanted to keep this guide pretty simple. Once Windows is installed, it's time to walk through the UBI, or out-of-box experience. First, it's going to get you to set your language, region, and it's going to get you connected to the internet. It will also check for updates and apply them if there are any available. Then it will ask you to sign into your
You could just click I don't have internet apparently, huh? Why was you freaked out about that?
Microsoft account to unlock your Microsoft experience. Sure. Plug in your email and password, then please wait. If you've got a compatible webcam and you're comfortable with facial recognition using Windows Hello, feel free to set that up now. Otherwise, click Skip. Create your PIN, hit OK, then be sure to opt out of all the telemetry hooks that...
Have you guessed why there's still a lot to the video yet?
Big Bill wants to dig into you, and hit Next. At the Welcome Back screen, click More Options and then Set Up as a New PC. Let's hit the almighty Skip button when it asks you to customize your experience, and then click it
Yes, you don't want to click any of these things. They're useless.
again when it gives you the option to use your phone from your PC, unless you're into that. In which case, scan the QR code and walk through the setup. It'll ask you if you want to back up your phone's photos to keep them safe. That you might want to skip if you're already paying for a backup solution. And then we're probably going to choose Not Now when it tries to give Edge permission to access our browsing data. You might get offered a free trial of Microsoft 365 Family. Personally, I'd decline this, since it's easy to start a subscription later if you really want to. Then we're going to decline the cloud storage offer as well and hit Next on the Microsoft 365 app.
He's really
Now,
telling you
we're
everything,
done. So with
step
Windows up
by
and
step.
running, it's time to update our drivers. We'll start with the network drivers that we put on our flash drive earlier. Just run the setup and follow the wise words of the wizard. If it's a .bat batch file, right-click and run as administrator. Now we just fire up 99.exe and let it rip. Once that's done, we open up our browser of choice and sign into our profile, if we like, so we can update the rest of our drivers. This MSI Stealth 16 AI Plus has an RTX 5090 mobile GPU alongside a Ryzen AI HX 370 CPU. It's great for productivity and gaming on the go, but it won't do either of those things until we update its drivers. For our CPU and chipset driver, we're going to go straight to AMD, where we simply select our device type and model, download, unzip, and install. If Windows gets a little scared, don't worry, just hit the More Info button and then run anyway. Remember, it's okay to do that when we're grabbing a file from somewhere like AMD's Very Real website. It is not okay to do that when that random Steam friend who asks for gift cards suddenly sends you a download link.
I just don't trust anybody like that.
And neither should you. As for our GPU,
Why is that a meme
we're going to go
thing?
straight to NVIDIA. But here we have a couple of options. While and exclamation points. Usually, tracking down drivers for these is as simple as going back to the motherboard or system driver download page, but sometimes it can be a bit more challenging, involving Googling vendor and device IDs and then tracking down obscure install packages from sketchy websites. Or, hear me out, most manufacturers these days, including MSI, have gotten pretty good about including software that will grab all the drivers you need for you. So you can just head to the Microsoft Store, search MSI Center, install it, open it, finish the setup wizard, and then navigate to Live Update through the Support tab at the top. Unselect any extra utilities that
Okay, how come I did not do that? We're not at the good part yet, Mr. Heroi. I do think you would be interested in the second part more. This is the basic Windows installation. And then antivirus, magical tips, Rufus, most played, our last trick. Damn, how come he has like you just saw enhanced system security. No. That thing sucks. Interesting. How come I don't have that live update thing? Do I have to be a member? There it is. It's recommended to scan to get the latest information. There's gonna be like someone's there be like, you need to get the paid version. I think I did. Okay. Hopefully this thing doesn't blow up. I am actually streaming, huh? I don't know why it hit me now. Come on. It's gonna blow up. Okay, we're cooked. 3, 2, 1. Take off.
You don't want it running until you find what you're looking for and toggle it off. It really is just that easy. Now, MSI Center will only run when you explicitly tell it to, and this same process can be applied to many other app and service. The last big things I like to do are spam and check for updates a couple times, so I know my system's up to date.
Spam.
Which you might. Go to your Apps tab, click 3 dots on the right, and select Uninstall. Now,
okay, I think this is better, because this is what I did.
that's for good reason.
Did the regular install, and then debloat it manually.
Irregular for you too, and we're going to be showing you on this Vector A18 HX A9W from MSI. This beast is great for the engineers out there who need a portable workstation that can handle the GeForce RTX 5080 along with Wi-Fi 7 and a PCIe Gen 5 NVMe great 2560 by 1600 display with 100% coverage of the DCI P3 color space. Magical. We'll start with bypassing the 2 most irritating things we just dealt with. Windows setup requiring an internet connection and a Microsoft account. Check this out. We start the setup like we just
Isn't that what you're interested in?
did, but this time we keep our network cable unplugged, and when Papa Gates complains, we do a very bad thing and hold Shift F10 to bring up the unholy command window and conjure a better user experience by typing ubi/bypass NRO. Press enter to cast the spell and boom, we're in. For now.
That's it.
There are reports of bypass NRO being disabled in the latest preview build, so use it while you still can. Now for that pesky Microsoft account. This one is a bit more involved, but it also bypasses the network requirement, so hang on tight. First, disconnect from the internet, then start your Windows install. After you're prompted to add a second keyboard, the setup wizard, some wizard that is, will check for updates. Put on your own wizard robe and hat, hit Shift F10 and then type ms-cxh:/local only. Hit enter and voila! You've got a new Create Local User window. Create a secret password. Mine's going to be Melon. And then create answers for some security questions. Click Next and then select No on all of the toggleable options under Privacy Settings in order to disable telemetry, except for diagnostic data. That one can only be toggled to Send Required Data only. Click accept and bada boom bada bing, you are now at the desktop screen. You can also do the above while connected to the internet. Just cast those same spells once it asks for your Microsoft account.
You got it?
Much further into the site.
So there's apparently two ways, given if they updated the Windows installation or not. Two commands that you have to keep in mind when you get there. And if you don't want to, use a Microsoft account.
Setup process. But what about the folks who can't get through the setup process? Windows 11 requires TPM 2.0 support, which is only present on relatively modern systems. Wouldn't it be
You might want to look into this. Like, did your motherboard say Windows 11 ready or something like that?
nice if we could wait?
Because I'm not sure how it would work exactly when you try to install Windows 11 on it. Because before, for me, apparently my motherboard was not, my hardware was not compatible with Windows 11, but then somehow it became compatible.
Wave our magic wand and make those requirements
TTF report. What's a TTF, man?
disappear. I'm back. One solution is Rufus, a boot drive creation utility that we're quite fond of around
This one is even more
here.
advanced.
A full explainer is a bit beyond the scope of this video, but basically, you get the Windows ISO from the media creation tool, like we saw before, import it into Rufus, tick the appropriate boxes here, and run the installation media that it creates. Once you're at the Windows 11 version selection screen, cast Shift F10. Then type the incantation regedit and press enter. Now, regedit is a powerful spell, so be careful and follow these steps exactly. Also, understand that at this point, you proceed at your own risk. In the newly opened registry editor window, expand the HKey local machine folder. Expand the system subfolder, then right-click on Setup. Select New, select Key, and name our new key labconfig. Within that key, right-click on empty space and select New, then DWORD 32-bit value. Rename to Bypass Secure Boot Check. Then create another DWORD 32-bit value and rename it Bypass TPM Check. Double-click the first one, set the value to 1 and select OK, then do the same for the second one. Once you're done, this will restart the installation process, but it should now skip those hardware checks. You know what you should
You have to enable something first? What do you
never
enable?
skip though? Checking out our excellent WAN desk pad at lttstore.com. Before we move on to our most advanced section, now that we've shared the black magic that is the registry editor, let's fix one of the most annoying features of Windows. Online results in the Windows search function. Press Windows R, type regedit, and hit enter. With our registry editor open, navigate to the search key through current user, software, Microsoft, Windows, current version, search, and if Bing search enabled is present, set its value to 0. I cast you away. If it's not, create it as a DWORD 32-bit value, and then set it to 0. I cast you away. Now look for allow search to use location and set that to 0 for good measure.
So apparently the only thing I would like to really know that doesn't really explain much is this
Wouldn't it
thing.
be nice if we could wave our magic wand and make those requirements disappear? Drive creation utility that
So apparently this Rufus thing is...
we're quite fond of around here. A full explainer is a bit beyond the scope of this video, but basically, you get the Windows ISO from the media creation tool, like we saw before, import it into Rufus, tick the appropriate boxes here, and run the installation.
Remove requirements for 4+ GB of RAM, remove requirement for an online Microsoft account. Set regional option as same value as users, create a local account with the username David, disable data collection, disable BitLocker. So that's what it does. Sort of. I haven't used it myself.
Media that
It's another trick apparently.
for our last trick, we're going to combine most of what we've already talked about into one powerful incantation, replacing our standard Windows install with a custom XML on Raider, 18HX AI gaming laptop from MSI, with up to a Core Ultra 9 285HX and GeForce RTX 5090 laptop GPU drawing up to 260 watts. This thing doesn't need too much of a helping hand when it comes to debloating Windows 11 and increasing performance. But gosh darn it, we paid for all the performance, and we're gonna squeeze every last drop out of it so we can get more frames on its 18-inch 4K 120Hz mini LED display. We'll be using Schniegen's unattend generator. By the way, we'll have links below for all of the tools we used today, as well as our 3 laptops from MSI. Schniegen's doesn't do anything for your drivers or third-party apps, but it lets you tweak a lot of options in Windows, and it can be used for multiple installs, so feel free to choose what's right for you. Here's what I'm selecting for our basic install. Pick your language, keyboard layout, and home region. Select Bypass Windows 11 Requirements. Set your computer name, choose your Windows edition. You can even enter a product key here if you want to. Create your user account name and make sure that it's in the administrators group. Then remove or add any other users you see fit. Then we're going to check Disable Widgets, do not show Bing results when searching in the Start menu or the search box, and under Windows 11, select Remove All Pins. Our enchantment is almost complete. We just need to check Copilot, OneDrive, and
There's several apps that many users do not want or do not need. Check all the apps that you won't remove during the Windows setup. It's actually pretty handy one. You just select everything. I'll actually have. So whatever you select will not be installed.
Teams in the Remove Bloatware section, and we're done. Now we click Download XML File and download a Windows 11 ISO using the Media Creation tool as before. Then we use AnyBurn to edit that ISO and put the auto-unattend.xml file in the root of the ISO. Save your modified file.
You with me? Because I'm lost.
Remember Rufus? Well, we're going to use it again here to make a bootable USB flash drive, but this time with our modified Windows ISO. When you do this, make sure not to select any of the options in Rufus with the Customize Windows Installation pop-up. We've just done that with our custom XML, and we don't want it to get overwritten. Once it's ready, use that media to install Windows, and marvel at how simple the process is. No fuss, no muss. Alakazam! And our installation is complete. To compare
They have a good editor.
apples to apples, we took a screenshot of the Stealth laptop from MSI with a standard Windows install and one after our de-bloating efforts.
Actually, I'm very interested in that.
Let's see how much of a difference it made.
Ryzen AI 9? Damn. Literally no difference is what you're showing me. This is the bait. Oh, wait.
Not much, but darn it, I paid for the whole computer, so I want to use the whole computer. And the impact on an older machine is likely to be more noticeable. I hope that everything we've covered here.
You could do it for your current laptop after you transfer everything. Probably. Well, you have Windows 11 right now on your laptopy? I think significantly less memory. Yeah, from 28% to 19%. I think it's depending on how much RAM you have. This guy got 31 gigabytes in a freaking laptop. Oh, damn. You have Windows 11, so you might want to try that out. Maybe. When was the last time you actually reset the reinstalled Windows on your laptop? Because me doing it now actually gave me like a significant boost. It's not as laggy as it used to be. Oh, still can't figure out the issue with the camera though. By the way, don't do any overclocking until after you installed everything. Like, if you're into that stuff at all. You're gonna need to unlock your RAM sticks though after you install all your drivers and you know, especially GPU. I don't think, well, if your BIOS allows to unlock that CPU, because it was a 2.6 gigahertz, wasn't it? XMP, yeah. Oh, I guess, and good luck and have fun. How am I using 12? What is using a lot of that memory right now, huh? Google? Hero? Seriously? And Streamlabs. Makes sense. Which ones you got right? Was it ATX? Or the mini? Or the micro? B450. You do get one SSD. Supports Windows 11. Two M.2 slots. Can't seem to see the other one. Am I blind? You sure it's this one then? Oh, all the way at the end there. Then why did you buy SATA and not two NVMe's? Oh, doesn't really matter.
Imagine paying $3 grand for a laptop that gets hotter than the boiling point of water because the smooth brains at the factory didn't line up a sticker correctly. Or even worse, imagine buying a second one that's impossible to fix because the manufacturer refuses to sell replacement parts. Well, my customer doesn't have to imagine, because right to repair is the only fantasy here, and the reality is I can only fix one of these severely overheating 2020 Razors. As long as I don't encounter any warranty sticker trying to prevent me from, wow, they really don't want you working on this. I wonder how far they'll go to stop. You wish. Nothing can stop the greatest technician that's ever from.
You don't want the M.2 on the second one?
Helping a customer. My first step is to fix this shield from covering these chips so the heatsink can actually make contact, then replace all the paste and putty, and though the vents have traces of crack, they're not clogged. Reassembly takes no time at all, and those temps are probably lower than they were from the factory. So with the job well done, it's time to pack it up and carefully ship it back. Imagine
Carefully ship it back.
Here's how to use Browse AI. Enter the URL you'd like to scrape, and then start training your robot to work for you. Select a list of items you'd like to extract, and you'll be shown a suggested dataset. Review it and approve it. You can send your data to other apps, like Google Sheets, Airtable, and using Zapier, you can connect to thousands of other apps.
Amazing. Gaming on leaked to Windows 11. 4 years ago, huh? Ain't that amazing? Then the boys put this PC and never guess what the issue was. Basically homeless. Damn indeed, buddy. Get out of here, Roy. Get the hell out of here. Go get your thermal paste, man. Go. I don't like writing with jokes. I like crashing. Okay, that's not good. What is this horror game? Silent Hill 2? What? They have some nice titles, huh? Battlefield 6. Bro, this is the dumbest thing ever, man. He just gets 1.1 million views in 2 days. Okay, I am tempted to click this. I know you want it, Hero, so I'll share it with you. So. That's okay, man. Nothing to be ashamed of. Oh, that's interesting. I'd like to watch this later too. So what's your plan to like installing Windows now, Mr. Hiroi? This is interesting. He's actually gaming with a 1080 Ti. Dash cam. Nuke any virus is crazy. Install the mirror, you have to get kaboom since you're using your second monitor. 1080 is the goat of GPUs.
Hello guys, Crispy here, welcome back to another video. In this one, my friends, I'm gonna be testing a GeForce GTX 1080 Ti, the legend GPU from 2017 in Battlefield 6 Open Beta, which is not running right now, by the way, but I recorded this previously and I'm now uploading it. So this one is the Gigabyte gaming version of the card. We're running it with the latest NVIDIA drivers, which it still supports. You can see that I'm not overclocking it here, and you can check out all of its specs here in Tech PowerUp's GPU.
Damn.
UZ, and on the left I'm pairing it with the i5-12600K CPU and 32 gigabytes of RAM. The CPU isn't overclocked, these are stock speeds on the 12600KF, and let's get into it, shall we? Alright, let's go over the settings first. I'm starting at 1080p resolution using the low graphics preset, as you can see. And on the advanced settings, I have anti-aliasing turned off and no upscaling at the moment.
You see the static?
Native res at 1080 with the low settings, and it's doing a pretty decent job. It's getting 100 FPS here, so that is not bad whatsoever for a GPU this old. Now, obviously, these days, even like a...
But it's already being used by like 94%.
Even a 5050 is probably faster, honestly, and it has DLSS support and so on. But that's not to say that the 1080 Ti is slow. It is capable of playing this game, apparently, and this is still a somewhat high refresh rate experience, and I really can enjoy that. Yeah, come on. Okay, let's go back here. Oh boy. The raw power of the 1080 Ti still shows up, my friends. Obviously, it's not optimized for it. The GPU is also a 250 watt card, and it's only consuming about 220 to 240 watts. It's not too bad, actually, with the 980 Ti, which I've already recorded, but that video will come after this one, because it doesn't have as many requests, you know, but that GPU was consuming a lot less power than the advertised TDP. There we go.
Damn.
Hey, do you like games where it's satisfying to explore, wander around, take a walk, find some weird stuff? Well, we got you covered with these 10 new and upcoming 25 games that feature some cool
25 games. That's crazy. NVIDIA RTX RX 9070 XT.
Your graphics card might be cool, but it'll never match the aura of this thing. When this Redditor wasn't able to load a screen on their second monitor, they went to trade in their AMD 9070 XT for a new functional model. And upon getting home with the functioning replacement, they discovered that while yes, it's an AMD card, it's branded as a GeForce RTX card as well on the shroud. It appears to actually be the companion card to the 5070 Ti that this guy showed off a month ago that was an AMD Radeon GPU. And he was very mad about it. Obviously, this cock-up is easy to explain by the manufacturing line just putting the wrong piece of metal on the wrong card, but it's also a reminder of what we could have if the cousins decided to partner up and create one giant monopolistic GPU company. Your graphics card might be cool, but...
Like that. Well, damn, buddy. Oh, this is the one I actually wanted to see.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 4.
This computer generates about 400 watts of heat, which is enough to answer questions that seems to be floating around, but are barely tested. For example, how do these rear GPU covers affect temperatures? Or what difference does adding a second fan have on the CPU cooler? Or what can we achieve with the floor fan blowing into the computer? Also, I'll answer a bunch of questions that no one really asked, like whether it's better to have all fans set to intake or all to exhaust. Here's the full system spec. All RPMs, main voltages and frequencies are fixed. I have several fan models, but most are Be Quiet Pure Wings 2 and 3. The CPU was stressed with the OCCT, the GPU with full mark. Each test ran for 15 minutes, with the floor fan blowing out excess heat for a few minutes between tests. All temperatures will be normalized to 22.2 degrees, as the ambient temperature were suspiciously stable at that level. And all tests were gathered with the case closed, except in scenarios explicitly stated otherwise. Because on the main channel some viewers commented, this was filmed with the case open, so tests must have been too. No. Like smoke on the water on guitar, like cocktail made of Nesquik and wheat beer, this exhaust fan is a base, the foundation.
Base mission for CPU 87. I mean, I've been there.
And classics of computer building. It's inexpensive and provides a massive.
I was actually hitting like 81 degrees on playing Battlefield 6 open beta on my CPU. I only have one fan.
Improvement compared to a computer.
I was using like not even
fans at all.
50% too.
I'll use it as a baseline scenario. A lot of
So
people like
if one day get to like 60%, 70% CPU usage, things might catch on fire.
It backwards, thinking that a shorter intake path for fresh air will make the system cooler. Well, if you are the kind of person who calls the entire computer as the processor,
maybe you should go stretch it.
Then congratulations, your processor will indeed drop a couple of degrees. But overall, this is a good way to make bad things happen. The GPU heats up so much that with fans positioned this way, you're actually making things worse than if you had no fans at all. And if you try to expand on this setup, add in a single pass-through fan, 2 or even 3...
Wait, so all exhausts in one direction. That is actually interesting. Okay.
The best you can achieve is a slightly less overheated GPU. In practice, the best you can achieve is...
Okay, the GPU doesn't go down much, but apparently the CPU has gone like almost 6 degrees.
Is a slightly
okay, get it.
Less overheated GPU. In practice, this reverse configuration makes some sense in systems with integrated graphics. I've made a separate video about this on the main channel, though I haven't translated into English yet. However, in a typical gaming PC, this setup is so ineffective that it earns the title of bronze piece of trash. I've came across opinions that people who try to cool their computers by removing case GPU covers are complete idiots. The argument goes that you're just ruining the look of your computer without gaining anything in return. Except those cases where you do gain something. I saw a 2-degree drop for each major component after removing the covers, even though I forgot another piece above the GPU. There are also plenty of cases with mounts for vertical GPU installation, which can be removed as well. Just be ready that improvements will lay in the margin of error. Still funny stuff. Even funnier that if you attach a second fan to the CPU cooler, not only does the processor drop the temperature, but so does the GPU. In hindsight, it seems like this setup emphasizes the effectiveness of the rear exhaust fan, an already high effectiveness rear exhaust fan. In terms of total temperature reduction, this move has the same effect as removing the case slot covers.
But I want to see one with water cooling. With the radiator fans are like...
You know what? Enough of this small-scale tinkering. I want to dramatically lower temperatures. The good old trick of removing the side panel reduced the combined temperatures of my computer by 22 degrees.
That's how I do it.
That doesn't mean your computer will see exact same drop, but in a desperate situation, the side panel trick works like a charm. And it is almost the best.
I never knew that's actually a thing, I just did it. Because my side panel is ugly.
Result across all the tests. The absolute best result would have been achieved with a floor fan positioned next.
That's crazy.
To the case. If it doesn't somehow manage to mess everything up. Maybe if the fan were placed a bit further away instead of right up against the case. it would work better. That might trigger the effect, if I'm not mistaken, it's called the Bernoulli effect, where blowing pulls along larger volumes of air. Unfortunately, I thought of this after finishing the tests and sitting down to analyze the data.
This may be the last ad you ever see.
But the dust serum has the worst dust.
Because with the free AdBlock extension from Capital One Shopping, you can say goodbye to
You gonna put it at the bottom of the floor, or you gonna put it on top of your
ads
desk?
on sites like YouTube. No more interruptions, just non-stop streaming.
You could test it out for yourself. Like, you could close the panel, run the CPU, stress test it, check the temperature where it gets, and then remove the panel and test again and get your own temperature. That's the best part about this thing. You can do your own.
And while we're blocking ads, why not say
And then you just run it however you want. Like you guys have a lot of water. I don't think my home country used to have a lot of dust. We have like dust storms of that kind, and that would just fill the house with a lot of dust.
Me too. After you add AdBlock.
Instead, I went further and started disassembling the case. When I removed the rear panel along with the side one, the result was just one more panel cluttering up the balcony and uglier looking PC. The temperatures didn't change. However, if you first rip off every unnecessary case panel except the front one, tear this off, remove the top filter and then remove the rear panel, you'll get the best possible result. That's it, you won't get a cooler setup than this. But should you get it? No. From an outside perspective, this method offers such a tiny advantage while creating such many problems, especially when compared with just removing the side panel, that any further tweaks will just make your PC uglier, while maybe shaving off a degree from CPU or GPU. And that's because I'm running unrealistically heavy workloads that your computer would rarely, if ever, encounter. The reason is to make the difference more clear, more obvious, because under normal conditions, the effect of these changes would be much harder to notice. In actual gaming, you might gain like half degree on the GPU, if that. A lot. There are a lot of people who are obsessed with the idea of building cooling systems that follow the natural flow of hot air from bottom to top as dictated by nature.
That dictated was a little bit too much.
Let's go all in. To focus more on vertical currents, I rotated the cooler this way, because it's unable to
For a second there, I thought he was going to say, as dictated by the motherland.
blow to the top. And in the big wide
I would have been totally for
case, there's a rare fan mount at
Take a shower later, buy yourself a therapist.
the bottom, designed to pull cold air straight up. Perfect for creating the ultimate computer at the intersection of nanotechnology and Mother Nature.
3 exhausts at the top, CPU cooler plus bottom and the intake. Interesting.
Or
CPU is hotter.
Creating the computer
That's-
over you again.
See, now, this would be the situation with the where radiators would probably be cooling the CPU. So you wouldn't really get this increase in the CPU temperature because whatever air goes in is probably affecting the heatsink going on there.
Sacrificing one component
That's why I'm really curious how it would go with water
to
cooling.
benefit another. This time it's the CPU that suffers. I'll show component to benefit
This is actually really interesting. So I wouldn't need to waste money if I'm gonna stick with air cooling for my CPU. Like having 3 extra fans to add to the top, only apparently to increase temperature.
another. This time it's the CPU that suffers.
You wouldn't need much. I literally have 2 fans. Where's my phone? I wish I could show you, man.
I'll show the results with the solid front panel too, just in case anyone thinks the mesh somehow misdirect airflow. Spoiler, it only made things worse. I ran several more tests with various configurations, where additional fans were installed to supercharge air for noble goal of upward focused
Interesting.
cooling.
3 exhaust at the top, everything else in the intake. Okay, okay.
Pointless. Well, to be honest, it did improve things. But you could achieve the same result using just 3 fans instead of 6 or 7, and it would be cheaper and quieter. Except for one configuration. If you set up 3 fans for exhaust and the rear one also works as exhaust, the temperatures are great. Among the best results you can get with 4 fans in this case. But at this point I wouldn't call it enhancing upward airflow. It's just the fact that PCs respond well when you emphasize exhaust, creating low pressure area inside the case.
See, that's what I was thinking. Everything exhausts. I want to see that
The
though.
baseline measurement exists to give us a reference point, so if a configuration drops below, it becomes obvious.
That's the free one that you get. Okay.
That is bad. But I also took measurements for good arrangement of 2 or 3 fans to make it easier to judge whether its more complex setups we're testing are worth the effort. And here's the optimal setup when you have only 2 fans, 2 exhausts positioned behind the CPU. Comparing that to the result with 4 exhaust fans, you can clearly see how one setup logically builds on the other. This layout works well as long as the top exhaust isn't blocked by a solid panel. Because if it is, then I wouldn't expect the same level of efficiency. I also tested how important it is to have a case with a bottom fan like this one.
Interesting. This made the CPU hotter. This bottom intake with 2, everything else is exhaust. Seems to be the best one. Somehow with only 3 exhausts. This is really interesting.
It doesn't hurt, but it doesn't really help much either. It might shift focus to the GPU, and that's about it. Alright, if PCs respond well to exhaust fans.
How far is the place to apply the thermal paste?
What if we set all the fans, all 8 of them, to exhaust?
Yep, this
Then
is
you
what
get
I'm here for. Okay, damn.
a pile of shit, worthy of the title
Well, now I know not to try that.
of a silver garbage. It's so bad that it even lost the race for worst setup. Compared to it,
20-minute ride? You actually take a bus or what?
8 fans on the intake somehow looks decent. Even if we ignore the fact
This is crazy. He achieved lower temperatures with fewer fans, which are being... I forgot
you've
which
still
one.
spent on 8 fans
I think he would show at the end which one had the best temperatures, so
only to get worse results than
I'll
with
try
only
to
one.
make it there.
And I know what you're thinking. What if we leave 8 fans on the exhaust, but take off the side panel to flood the case with fresh air? Surely that would work, right? No. An open side panel with just 1 fan still performs better. Okay, so now I'm wondering if 8 exhaust fans is only silver medal, then how I can truly ruin my system. Introducing the top to bottom disaster. A brilliantly awful configuration where you use 3 fans to achieve results much worse than with just 1. This is a setup truly deserving of the gold medal for failure. And the recorded numbers don't draw the full picture of its horribleness because the GPU, to avoid overheating, was throttling itself in a range between 15 to 35 watts. Because of this, its combined temperatures technically fall short of the silver crab setup. But without the throttling, it would easily claim the title of absolute worst by a decent margin. Any attempts to fix this configuration fail miserably. This scheme is so bad that doing absolutely nothing, using no fans at all, might actually be better. Though not guaranteed. Plus, the power supply ends up running hotter than it otherwise would.
I'm really curious about this stuff, so when I get a new tower and hopefully get
I would never buy my case with
an
my own
AoE
money.
for my CPU.
160 euro. Like, I got 2 leaks in the gearbox and at least one busted engine mount. A 160 euro case is way down at the bottom of my priority list. But just because I can't afford it doesn't mean that it isn't worth the price to someone else. Among the long list of genuinely cool features I talk about on my main channel, this thing can completely flip the internal layout. All it takes is about 2 hours of rebuilding your PC, but now you can comfortably place it to the left of your monitor, with the glass facing you, not the wall. Yeah, it would be upside down. At least it doesn't show the back panel, as it would with most cases.
Upside down GPU is
On
crazy.
top of that, the inverted layout turned out to be noticeably more efficient when using a single fan.
Damn. I don't know, it looks ugly. What do you want, man? What happened? Huh? Everything freeze up already? Alright, get out of here. It's been 4 hours. Shit, I need to go to sleep.
Because I was expecting like 3 to 4 degree improvement in combined temperatures, but it ended up being 6 degrees. A result comparable to adding a second fan in a standard configuration. The downsides? Well, further improvements taper off quickly. Adding even 3 more fans gives very little. On a very hot PC, removing GPU covers can provide a slight cooling benefit. If your PC needs the side panel off to remain stable, then on a modern mesh case it would be enough. No need to strip anything else, it's pointless. The bottom fan is a neat feature, but chasing it isn't essential. Inverted layouts can make sense, but for most of you they're non-existent, due to cost. And if you have a normal PC in a normal ATX case and you're trying some special fun placement to discover lost secret wisdom, you're probably making things worse for yourself. Boring classic layouts are probably better. Thank you for your support, likes and subscribes. My name is Roman, see you in the next video.
Well, that was interesting. So I could probably not need any more stuff. I do feel I would really need a freaking AoE water cooling for my CPU. It's the only fan in the CPU and she's working hard. It even sees the voltage, which is interesting. Anyway, time for me to go to sleep. I'm your drivers. Yeah.